history and concept are very deeply intertwined. So in the first few episodes of season 2 of our show, which is upcoming, those connections will be laid bare even more concretely than we've done in the past as we explore intersections between the consular service and naval officers such as John Aulick and Thomas H.P. Jones. So that's coming up. Subscribe now so you can hear them. So let's start with kind of the big question that everyone always asks me, why consuls? What's the deal with them? Well, I first got interested in consuls when I was working on my dissertation, which is on my book, about the First Barbary War. As I was writing the history of this war, there were just consuls around every corner. They're just everywhere. Now, the most famous of them are these 3 consuls to the Barbary States, James Leander Cathcart, William Eaton, and Richard O'Brien. There were lots of other consuls too, including James Simpson, the consul in Tangier, who I think is the best one of the lot and definitely the most competent. But these consuls in North Africa behaved in surprising ways and sometimes counterproductive ways. So I started to wonder whether consuls were a more interesting lot than I had previously appreciated. And it turns out that they absolutely are. So to be sure, Cathcart and Eaton and O'Brien get into a lot of unique scrapes. But as I started to dig into some of these other 19th century consuls, I began to realize that they're actually a lot more important to US foreign relations than I had appreciated. So I wanted to tell the stories of how these low-level State Department officials, who you can barely even call diplomats, really, served as the face of the United States in the world, and how their lives and careers intersected with other major themes in US and world history. So over the course of about 13 episodes in season 1, we traveled all over the world and all over the long 19th century in consular terms. So here's a little consular history for you. In 1924, the Rogers Act consolidated all of the Foreign Service into what we now think of as the Foreign Service, which is everything, ambassadors, diplomats, all of that stuff. But before that, the consular service was separate from the diplomatic corps. So I think of everything before 1924 as being from the long 19th century, even though in the show we talk about some people who were actually consuls in what is technically the 20th century and some who were technically in the 18th century, but we can just call it the long 19th century. So we talked about consuls that were appointed before there was even a constitution. We talked about a consul who used his service as a catalyst to become a Muslim missionary. We talked about slavery. We talked about race. We talked about gender, imperialism. Basically, the history of the consular service is the history of the United States and the world in microcosm. So that's the show. That's what we do. So I want to talk just briefly about why the show is in the format that it's in. And if I had been smart, I would have figured out a way to play you audio from each of our shows so you could hear a little bit, but I didn't do that. So you have to go listen to it on YouTube. Not an advertisement, just a fact. So the show is a narrative podcast that includes many voices, including me, I'm the narrator, and both contemporary historians' voices, so people I can talk to today, and also the voices of the past that we get using primary sources that we have. It also includes an original musical score for each episode. So I want to talk just briefly about why we made a show in this format and talk through some of our choices. So choice number 1 is, why do we choose to make a narrative show instead of an interview show or a roundtable where we talk to different scholars all at once? We chose to do this because we want to foreground the consuls, first and foremost. I want their story to be the thing that gets told. And quite frankly, there aren't enough people who study the US Consular Service or any particular consul to be able to maintain a show that's like more than 4 episodes long, because there just aren't that many people who do only work on consuls. Most historians come across consuls while they're researching something else. So if you're a naval historian, you have probably run across a consul in your work, because the consuls and the Navy are always working hand in hand. If you study political history, you may have run across consuls as you look at how the spoils system works under Andrew Jackson, or how the diplomatic corps changes when the Rogers Act happens. But you don't typically spend a lot of time just thinking about those consuls. So we couldn't rely on just one scholar to tell the stories of each of these consuls. But secondly, I love narratives, and everybody does. Everybody loves a good story. There's a reason that some of the longest running and most successful podcasts out there in podcast land are narratives like This American Life. So maybe it's just me, but when I think back about all the podcast episodes that I've ever listened to, and I have listened to a lot of podcasts, the ones that I remember the most aren't the ones that are most closely affiliated with what I do. They're the ones that told me the best story. And so that's what we wanted to capture in this show. Not only the good, high quality historical research, but also just the good stories. And there are a lot of them. And then the second choice, which is sort of a subset of the narrative, is that it is a narrative, but it's not a monologue. So it's not just me talking. If you've listened to this show, you can hear lots of different voices, as I just told you. For some podcasts, that totally works, where you just have one person talking at you for a long time. That doesn't work for me. First of all, doing all that research so that I can confidently speak for long periods of time about one particular topic is very, very time consuming to prepare. I have a full-time job. I can't do that for all of these consoles. So I didn't want to put that kind of burden on myself. But also, I like to think of this show as a way to expose historians' work to the public. So what that means is historians can come and talk on the show and not feel like they have to deliver a monologue. They can just tell me the things that we need to know to fit into the story, get their work out there in a very low stakes environment. Historians are very rarely shy about talking about their work, as you may know, but also there's not as many opportunities to talk to the public as maybe people might want or feel comfortable with. So this is a way to help historians talk about things that they run across that maybe wouldn't merit even an entire conference paper, but they learned something about a console. They can talk to me about it. It's great. And plus, we really wanted to give a voice to early career historians or people who maybe haven't published a monograph or even a journal article, people who are right in the thick of doing the research. And this is a good way to get their voices out there and to get them on people's radar that they need to be on the radar of. Now, this is not to say that we don't do a ton of research. We do a ton of research, so much research. We put many, many hours of research into each of these episodes. But the research is about bringing together all of those voices into a complementary narrative that all goes together. So here would be a great moment to shout out my team. I do not do all of this work alone. I have a great team that includes 2 graduate students at the Roy Rosenzweig Center for History and New Media and a postdoc. And all of them work their butts off for me to research these stories, to develop these episodes. And as I mentioned, we do have a full-time composer or a composer that works for us for every single show. So that's really cool. Now, the next question is, how do we pick the people that we talk about? So I want to talk just for a few minutes about how we choose the subjects for our episodes. And there's a lot of different factors that go into our selections, much of which has to do with how I think about doing history. So first and foremost, as I told you, I really want to tell an interesting story. So that leaves out a lot of consoles, to be honest, mostly because we just don't know enough about them. I bet if we knew more about every single console, we probably could find an interesting story to tell. But most of them we just don't know enough about. Some consoles never get into overt trouble or have issues, and of course, those are the most interesting ones. So more often than not, we find our consoles that we want to focus on through reading other history or by hearing from a historian who's like, hey, I found this in the archives and you might find it interesting. Secondly, we want to talk about consuls whose story can tell us something more about the larger history of the United States. So consuls who can serve as exemplars. So for instance, the United States has a long history of interest in Israel, which you probably know. An interest that reaches back to before the United States was even a country, and has absolutely nothing to do with Jewish people. We realized that this theme in American history was embodied in the fact that the United States sent a consul to Jerusalem. Despite it not being a big commercial place, you don't go there to trade. There's nothing to trade in Jerusalem. That's usually what consuls are for, is to monitor trade. Instead, this was a place where a consul was needed in order to help wrangle the large volume of American tourists who came to Jerusalem on a pilgrimage or a pilgrimage of sorts. One of these consuls, named Selah Merrill, was not sufficiently deferential to the Americans who came to either visit Jerusalem or live there, and he got himself kicked out of the consulship as a result. There's an interesting story. for sure, and it is, but it also speaks to the larger question of how the United States relates to Israel. And then third, on that front, we wanted to think about modern issues without speaking directly to them. So, for instance, we produced an episode recently about a consul named Richard Greener, who was the first Black consul to a predominantly white post, which was Vladivostok. His struggles throughout his life were about how to best advocate for the Black community and Black people in American society, but these struggles were complicated by the fact that he could pass as white. And this is obviously a topic that is very much in the public mind today, questions of how to think about race and how to think about how to advocate best for racial justice and harmony. So we do not draw any direct parallels to the modern racial environment in the United States, but if you listen carefully to the episode, I think the through lines are pretty clear. So we're not out to make political statements. We're definitely not out to tell people how they ought to think about modern issues, but we do try to find ways to hear about the historical context of today's issues, and not just in the sort of normal or conventional ways that you might hear just sort of in the newspaper or whatever. And then fourth, on a very pragmatic level, we choose consuls for whom we can access their own words, if we at all can. So we started Consolation Prize during the COVID shutdown. So we were not traveling to archives or anything like that, which is a bummer, and I'm hoping that will change this year. But instead, we really had to rely on digitized sources and published sources for our research, as well as lots of secondary sources. We do try to always incorporate the voices of our consuls and the people around them into each episode. Now, this can be a little bit tricky sometimes because consuls from the 19th century sometimes write in ways that sound very foreign to our modern ears. So it's hard to understand and grasp when you're listening. But we think it's important to let our consuls speak for themselves when they can. And then finally, I already mentioned this, but on the most pragmatic level, we choose consuls about whom we can find somebody to talk to us. So we've scrapped a lot of ideas for episodes because the most recent scholarship we can find on the person is 20 or 30 years old. Those experts aren't really around to talk to us anymore. So we also regularly ask scholars to return to research that they haven't done for several years. So for instance, this season, you're going to hear Dean Smith, who's here at the conference, on an upcoming episode talking about research that he did more than 20 years ago. But thankfully, he was still willing to talk to me about it and refresh his memory on it. So I'm very thankful for that. We just don't have the personnel power to do in-depth primary source research for ourselves for most of these episodes. So we really rely on these historians to help us set the context. I often joke that doing this show is kind of like writing a historiographical essay every 3 weeks. That's a lot of historiographical essays. But if there's no historiography to reference, then we can't do the show about that person. So what's the takeaway here? Well, the takeaway is that this kind of podcasting is extremely labor intensive. We estimate that we spend about 40 to 60 minutes working for every 1 minute you hear on the show. It's a lot. It's definitely not for everyone. So there's reasons to not do it this way. But I think it's absolutely worth it to be able to tell these stories of lesser known figures in American history. And in the upcoming season, you're going to hear more naval history than ever. I hope you've also heard, as I've been talking, a tacit argument for why this kind of podcasting and podcasting more generally should be considered real historical scholarship. And of course, I'd be remiss if I didn't give one last plea. Please scan the QR code and follow our show, but not just mine. You're going to hear from everybody else, and you'll have the chance to scan their codes as well and listen to their shows. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Abby. Our second panelist is Ian Boley. Ian is a doctoral candidate at Texas A&M University, where he studies the history of military technology. His dissertation is on the Strategic Defense Initiative and the role that nuclear strategic debates played in its development and subsequent life as a technological program. Ian is a host of the Joint Geeks of Staff podcast, which he co-founded alongside a wonderful team that included Claude Baraby. He's also on the executive board for NavyCon, a symposium that originated at the Naval Academy Museum and which engages with national security issues through a science fiction lens. He has interned at the Telemus Group and at US Spacecom He's currently based overseas with his wife, a State Department Foreign Service officer. So, Ian, go ahead.
Thanks, Jared. Am I coming through okay? All right, excellent. So Abby just gave you the hard version of this. I'm going to give you the easy version. So the Joint Geeks is a podcast with two audiences: the national security professional or scholar who loves science fiction, and the science fiction fan who is curious about national security. So I'm going to talk about the purposes of podcasting beyond getting new research out there. I'm going to talk about it as kind of part of a larger project of reaching undergrads, the general public, with informed and rigorous historical scholarship, but in an accessible form. And to start with, I'd like to use an analogy. So to the uninitiated, opening an academic history text can be like accidentally ordering a steak puree at a restaurant. The menu just said, "Our finest steak." Every restaurant critic says, "Oh yes, this is indeed the finest steak you'll ever have." And to be fair, you recognize it does have all the nutrition you could ever expect from a steak. But here it comes, your glass of filet mignon. Now the waiter says, "Sir, this is our finest steak," by which we mean steak chopped finely. It's definitely not what you expected when you ordered a steak, and you're not quite sure what to do with it. Do you send it back? Do you drink it straight? Do you pour it on your potatoes? Or, and this is the course of action I would argue most lay people choose, do you just leave in frustration and never try anything that restaurant serves ever again? Now, this state of affairs is pretty sad, honestly, because for most non-historians, academic history is something that sounds really interesting. You've got things like the American way of war, the various, revolutions in military affairs debates, the question of citizen soldiers versus a professional force. All of these things sound on their face like they'd be really appealing, but then you open a book and you find, dry prose, a whole chapter on something called historiography that mostly seems to be a cure for insomnia, and very few actual stories. And suddenly, as the lay consumer of academic history, you're back to steak in a glass. Now, I'd argue that's because we as a profession have a difficult time, some of it structurally imposed, a fair amount of it self-inflicted, though, in communicating to the non-historian why our topic should be interesting when presented as we have chosen to present it. We're really good at telling folks that history is important, but we're not very good at explaining why academic history is presented a certain way. Why did we take the steak and puree it? Now, do we give up our professional scruples in the face of all of this? Do we stop trying to advance the conversation and just kind of all write our own overview text for trade presses? Do we toss out the historiography and claim everything we've written is an island unto itself? I don't think so. I don't think that's the answer, and I think we should obviously keep engaging with the scholarly conversation. But what we can do, and what podcasting as a medium gives us a unique means of doing, is to place academic concepts into familiar contexts for non-academic audiences. And that's what we do at the Joint Geeks of Staff. Now, our format's discussion-based. We take advantage of the fact that we bring everything from, kind of a State Department international relations perspective to active duty military, we've got a JAG on there, so we've got the legal perspective. All of that approaches this national security question from those different angles. We've got one host with a PhD in history, that's Claude, two PhD candidates, myself and Corey Holland of Temple University. And we're able to pull in a lot of different historical frameworks as a result and make them a part of each of our episodes. So we try to put things like the American way of war debate, or the history of civil-military relations in the US, or if we're doing a current events episode, the shipbuilding issues that the defense industrial base currently faces. Claude did a great one on that with Jerry Hendricks and Mark Van Droff. We put those into a comfortable setting. In our case, that's science fiction, and that gives us, in particular, three main advantages. First, we're able to use sci-fi as a shorthand. Instead of saying, well, to understand why Iraq went the way it did, we need to talk about the issues of counterinsurgency and Vietnam and the RMA. Instead, we can say, we can get a basic understanding of the challenges inherent in Iraq by looking at the Galactic Empire's assault on Hoth in The Empire Strikes Back. This leads us to advantage number two. We can use the context to start explaining deeper ideas. We don't have to rely on anyone knowing Emery Upton or Alfred Thayer Mahan in order for them to understand our basic gist. What we can, and frequently will do, is take these names and drop them into the conversation. We'll introduce their basic arguments and then go right back to the science fiction. The conversation keeps moving, and we're able to reach the listener with a more palatable version of an academic introduction and even a historiography. This leads to advantage number 3. Advantage number 3 is that we're able to make our footnotes a part of the layman's awareness in a way that a typical academic text can't. And the historiography actually becomes a key part of what we do. We really like putting that in for our listeners. We say things like, here's the argument of this text. If you read it, then you can move on to this text and then follow it up with that one. Now, some of you might be saying, well, that's what my footnotes do. And you're right if you're talking with a colleague. But if you're presenting to someone whose idea of top-tier history is guns, germs, and steel, then footnotes are kind of a foreign artifact, and the language used to write them is probably ineffable, I think might be the best word for it. The podcast space gives you a chance to circumvent this sort of intellectual barrier to entry. Instead of depending on the layperson to not only seek out the footnotes in your text, you can, but also to know what a footnote does, right? And how to use one properly. With the podcast medium, you can put it in their faces and you can train the audience to think in a certain way. You can give the basic structure of a text, trace the historiography of a concept, and throw in a joke or two, all in the space of about 2 minutes of listener time. Now, you can then provide Chicago-style citations or, heck, put an Amazon affiliate link to the books in your show notes. And there you go. Congratulations. You have just introduced a listener to a topic you're passionate about, or to a debate you feel is vital to improving the American understanding of war. They have the context to understand it. They've been told the topic is interesting and presented a certain way for very good reasons. And now they're ready to go out and tackle it at the academic level. Now, all that said, is a popularizing podcast like the Joint Geeks the answer for everything? No. Sometimes, as we've all found out at various points in our careers, you just have to do the reading. But a format like ours can provide a spoonful of sugar to help a difficult concept go down a little bit easier in the initial phases of learning. You can introduce listeners to a wide variety of complex topics in a way that even a popular history text may not really be able to. And this opens up a whole range of possibilities. Your pedagogy can definitely benefit from the podcast format as you distill out the important concepts from a set of readings and provide your students with yet another form of reinforcement. Throw in a few judicious pop quiz moments and you'll trigger their recall on the important points, further reinforcing the learning. Make the arguments accessible to students and you'll find that they soak up the facts quickly enough. Now, of course, not every nerd is a science fiction fan, and not every class is related to national security. So that means you'll need to get creative as you approach your own audience, but the possibilities are really limitless with this sort of format. Historical fiction could be your framing device. Sports history could do it. You could follow the British Museum's model, their The World in 100 Objects, I believe it's called. Use material culture as your framework. Heck, you might even just have one subject you want to talk about for a single episode on someone else's podcast. You could turn a recipe for some sort of, suet awfulness into a comment on logistics in the Royal Navy. Use it as a chance to revamp that lecturing or survey course that you haven't updated in a while. Keep things fresh by approaching the material in a new way. You can adapt the podcast format more directly for the classroom. Send your students outside in the early weeks of spring and tell them they just have to listen to an audio-only lecture while being outside for 30 minutes. Have them send you a selfie to verify the outside portion of that. Watch your listen count. Everybody comes back to the next class a little bit more energized. If your audience is more professional in nature, then above all, first, listen to what my colleagues have to say in their talks, but also consider how you would format your extant or in-progress work on the topic at hand as an informal chat to a group of non-historians with an interest in the general subject matter. This sort of distillation, at least what we've found, is that it's invaluable in helping you form your arguments. And if you can communicate them clearly, it might just help you with that next grant application too. I want to close by reinforcing that to use the sort of popularizing approach that we've adopted for the Joint Geeks of Staff, you have to know who your audience is and what interests them. You provide your concepts in their context. How you format the information on your podcast is ultimately driven by your audience. Who you try to reach with your podcast, that's up to you. And the good news about the discussion format is that we have so many different ways that we can approach an audience that it's really easy to come up with new ideas for episodes every week. So I'd encourage you, if you have good friends in the profession who want to share ideas, give this format a try. Anyway, that's what I've got. Over to you.
Thanks so much, Ian. Ian, I had one follow-up question for you before I moved over to Claude, though.
Yeah.
Have you ever accidentally ordered steak puree? Did that happen to you?
No, actually, I've ordered some interesting things living in Asia, but never steak puree, thank God.
Okay, got it. I just need to clear that up for myself. All right, our final panelist today is Dr. Claude Baraby. Claude has worked for 2 U.S. senators and a member of Congress. He was a defense contractor for Naval Sea Systems Command and the Office of Naval Research, and the head of a terrorism analysis team for the Office of Naval Intelligence. Departments for 16 years at the U.S. Naval Academy. He served as director of the Naval Academy Museum from 2012 until earlier this year. He's a commander in the U.S. Navy Reserve. His 6th book will be released in November, On Wide Seas, the U.S. Navy in the Jacksonian Era. So, Claude, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Jared. Good afternoon. Thank you for attending this panel and to the organizers of the McMullen Naval History Symposium. And I had the pleasure of starting Preble Hall Naval History Podcast nearly 2 years ago and was its primary host for the first 110 episodes. Why a podcast from Preble Hall, the Naval Academy Museum? The intent was to meet 2 of the museum's 3 missions, specifically educating midshipmen and informing the general public about our naval history. We had social media presence like everyone else. We shared YouTube videos of lectures and our History of the Navy in 100 Objects series. But there was more that we could do within the scope of our mission. Generally, I think it's important to establish a niche and recognize that. There are probably dozens, if not hundreds, of podcasts on any number of subjects. What I didn't find several years ago was one consistent podcast that focused solely on naval history. I may have been remiss, maybe there was one out there that I didn't see, but I look pretty well for those. Now, initially, what I thought of 5 years ago was this is when I was director of the museum, was to cover general Naval Academy activity. When you think about it, there is always a guest lecturer here at the Academy in one of the classrooms. I know when I taught, especially in poli-sci, I used a lot of experts coming in from the Hill or State Department, wherever. And therefore, plenty of content. And I proposed it to the then public affairs officer. I won't get into the rest of the story where there was a meeting, but it just didn't happen. But I did have the ability and the authority within the museum's mission to pursue a strictly naval history podcast, which I planned out while I was mobilized to Guantanamo Bay 3 years ago. And I have to distinguish, I was at Guantanamo Bay, not in Guantanamo Bay. And I should also note that Midrats, which is the podcast run by Commander Salamander and Eagle One, do cover historical topics sometimes, but they're mostly current affairs. So I spoke to Commander Salamander. He's a friend, and I've been on his show many times, just to run the idea by him. I didn't want to jump into somebody else's rice bowl and say, look, is this okay? And he was a wonderful mentor through the process. So when I returned from my mobilization, I purchased the basic equipment and kicked it off in October 2019. Now, that was one of the challenges. Why was I buying it? And I stress I, not the museum. Spending government funds is at times a Herculean task. And I purchased about half of the equipment through the museum funds, and it would just take too long, contracts and everything like that. I just wanted to avoid it. So I just pulled out my personal credit card, which you're really not supposed to do, but I'm not currently working for the federal government, so I think I'm okay to say it now. But sometimes when you want to get things done, you just get things done. I wanted the format to be different. As I said in the first episode, one of the very first sentences, I wanted rotating guests so that the focus was on the guest. And I'm very thankful that when I left the museum, there were 3 other scholars, Abby to my right, Tyler Petrov, and Steve Phillips, to serve in that capacity. And why I think each episode is really fresh, because they bring in their own perspectives, their own questions. Personally, I was inspired by C-SPAN's book notes. Former host Brian Lamb is one of my personal heroes. I've met him a few times. I like asking open-ended short questions and giving the guest as much time to answer as they wish. But I had a different philosophy on the Preble Hall guest list. I wanted not only established academicians, but practitioners, people who were there experiencing history, and especially graduate students. I'm not sure if we have any grad students here in the room or listening. I know Ian's online. But why graduate students? And it was the McMullen symposiums that inspired me, and young scholars at that time, pre-PhD, Abby Mullen. You inspired Preble Hall. Congratulations, Abby.
Thank you.
And there are 2 reasons for this. First, they're closer to the material than folks like me, unless I just finished a book. But you can go in depth since they're in the middle of their dissertation. They're really excited about presenting their topic. And I loved that energy that they brought. Second, I wanted to encourage rising academicians to have an opportunity to discuss their topic in a comfortable format, as they do here at McMullen. And I think my generation should mentor and encourage and give opportunities to these rising scholars as much as we benefited from our own mentors. So I learned much from graduate students. I've just met Heather Haley here for the first time just before this one. She was on an episode, and I had no idea about her topic. And it was just a real joy to listen and learn. So it's not just the audience learning. In my case, I'm learning as well as we're going along. And there are several others who have been on this week as well. I also wanted to work more with my colleagues at the other Navy museums within the Naval History and Heritage Command enterprise. And I see Charles Brody is here. I wanted to give them an opportunity to have wider coverage. So you've got all these, sometimes I've referred to us as the provincial museums as opposed to the Imperial Museum downtown. But not everybody, we don't have public affairs officers working in our museums. So sometimes it's best if we work together. So this was one way, and I just really enjoyed having so many of my colleagues across the country, either in-house or via Zoom, and we could get their information out, not just my colleagues who are directors, but their staff members as well. There's a lot of content out there. It was a way to work with other organizations. Jared is with SimSec, and we did 2 joint episodes. The first one, for some reason, there was a mention of G.I. Joe, the 1980s cartoon, and I had mentioned casually, oh yeah, the USS Constitution was in that G.I. Joe episode, Save the Montana. And then we ended up doing an entire episode called Save the Montana, I think, or Save the Battleship. And Peter will know this, the USS Montana was a planned battleship during World War II that was never built, but it was featured in this cartoon. So we did this episode, and it wasn't just a couple of experts talking about the USS Constitution, like could it be lifted by 4, V-22 Ospreys or something. But we talked about the Montana, and I found the writer of that episode, and I interviewed him for the second part. And I said, how did you know about the Montana? Because when you look at the artwork for it, it's like, wait a minute, that sort of does look like what the Montana was proposed to be. Just, oh no, we did the research. We wanted a different, and we went right into archives and studied this. So again, it goes back to what Ian just talked about finding some popular culture reference where people might not normally consider. I wanted to speak to practitioners. One of my favorite episodes was with General Mike Williams. General Williams, I think, was class of 67 here. He was a former assistant commandant of the Marine Corps. He was commander of Operation Sea Signal during the Haitian and Cuban refugee crisis of the 1990s. And as someone who had served at Gitmo, I learned a lot about its history in that operation. The second most popular of our episodes was called The Great Mule Caper of 1991, where Steve Phillips interviewed one of the participating midshipmen who successfully stole 4 Army mules from West Point during Army-Navy Week. That is still, I think, number 2 among the all-time listened episodes. While we have had our own and other faculty on the podcast, and again, this is a target-rich environment, I really wanted a chance to work with my colleagues in the department. Dr. Lori Bogle talked about what the academy was like around 1898 when we had the Spanish Navy prisoners of war. Joe Innett, now Lieutenant Colonel, I think Joe just promoted. He's talked about the epidemic of 1918 in a recent episode. So I've also interviewed midshipmen, including one who did an extraordinary study of graffiti here at the Naval Academy, and he was joined by his anthropology professor here. And you don't normally see visitors, we don't normally see the graffiti, but there is graffiti. There's the Ho Chi Minh Trail down below that runs from Bancroft Hall all along the yard, and there's graffiti, but there's graffiti everywhere that you wouldn't normally look. A few months after, we are historians, and oral histories can be captured in these interviews. For the academy, that has to go beyond midshipmen and faculty, two of the three pillars of the academy. It must include staff, such as one of the barbers I interviewed who had cut midshipmen's hair for 40 years, or other employees who have been here for 50 years, because you get that perspective. And they have stories about midshipmen, and they have stories about the social life, the cultural life that is very unique here at the academy. Actually got a lot of emails about the one with the barber. It was a lot of fun. Their perspective and stories are just as important in understanding this history, this social fabric. Now, a few months after COVID hit, I could find little information about what academy leadership thought during the 1918 pandemic in Annapolis. So as a result, I interviewed 6 academy leaders, including the superintendent, about what they experienced and what they based their decisions on. Because now, in 100 years, somebody can go back to that. We all know that the software and hardware we use today probably won't be accessible in a century, just like I can't use my 8-track cassettes from my Chrysler Cordoba. For some of you will know what a Chrysler Cordoba is, and some of you will know what an 8-track cassette is. For the others, I'm sorry that we're now part of history. Do you know what? Okay, thank you. Yeah, I heard of it. Thanks, Abby. So I had those episodes translated through Fiverr.com. Again, Herculean task. I ended up funding that myself since the Academy budget office wasn't sure how to actually pay for this. So I took those, had them transcribed, had them presented to special collections and archives. So now, in the future, maybe if there's another pandemic 100 years from now, those leaders can say, what did they do here? What could we do that's a little different or the same? It hasn't been without challenges. For example, if we interview any historian from the Naval History and Heritage Command, they have to have a public affairs officer listening to the interview to ensure that it's acceptable to the audience, a public audience, and the historian isn't saying anything that is deemed controversial. We actually had that experience. The first historian we spoke with about the development of the aircraft, of the Nimitz-class aircraft carrier. We were then told to pull it offline until they had a chance to review it. And I was like, well, what's controversial about the Nimitz carrier? It's been around for close to 50 years. And they said, well, you know, there's a carrier being built today, and it's always in the news, so it could be controversial, so we're going to take it offline. I said, okay, well, I understand. And then they put it back on so long as we have somebody listening in and approving it. I'll leave it at that. Those are just a few of the opportunities and the challenges that Naval History podcasting presents. I think there's a reticence of historians to publish popular histories or to be interviewed because it may not help them with tenure, and that's understandable. There's a checklist you have to go for tenure. But I think we also have a responsibility to talk about history and educate a broader audience if we want them to be informed. I mean, there's no reason to complain about a public that is less than informed about history unless we are willing to engage directly, because the people here at this conference, I would say, make up the core, and the people listening in are the core of the world's naval history community and can educate those people. I think it's an incredible opportunity to talk more broadly, and I do hope all of you will share your knowledge on a future episode of Preble Hall. And I think I will leave it at that, and Jared, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, Claude. I'm going to let the thunderous applause die down. So I'm going to ask a couple questions, and then I will turn it over to the audience for some questions. I think we got about 45 minutes left if I've read the time card correctly. But Abby, I'm going to ask you the first question. Is you actually published an article that I read as I was doing some of the preparatory research for this about how students should engage from experience. Could you share some of that? What preliminary advice are you giving your students before they engage with the podcast? And then how does that differ from how you would advise them before they engage with written material?
Sure. So, yes, you can go read it. It's on my blog. It's my most read post for the last 7 years, actually. So it's called How to Listen to a Podcast for Class. Because in addition to making podcasts, I also make my students listen to podcasts. And I think they really like it. They really enjoy it. But one of the things that's important for faculty to realize is that learning how to glean information from a podcast is no different from learning how to read a book with the historian's eye. And so it's a skill. It's not something that comes naturally. And so in the post, I outline a bunch of different things that are important, but just things like pay attention to the structure of the show. Listen for who is speaking. So like checking the footnotes on the show and things like that. And I won't go into all the details, but I do think it's important if you're going to use podcasts in your classes, if you're a teacher, that you make sure that you've equipped your students with the possibility of actually remembering the things that they listen to. And the nice thing about podcasts for students is that they can do it in a number of different settings. So like Ian was talking about having your students listen to an audio lecture and go outside. That's brilliant. I'm going to make my students do that next semester. But I think the danger is that sometimes you can do things that are a distraction from listening. And if you want a student to listen with a historian's ear, they need to be able to do something that's not going to distract them. So like washing the dishes is probably good. Watching TV, probably less good. So it's just all about setting them up for success. Yeah, so that's it.
Thanks, Ian. I'm going to ask you the next question, and then I'll go to Claude and then Abby for these same questions. But Ian, how did you become a podcast listener? What did you initially start listening to that set you on the path to this panel today?
Well, the first things I listened to, as for a lot of people, I think, were BBC World Service, CSIS, things like that, the very current events, news-oriented podcasts. But after a while, I was looking for something to listen to, kind of while I was doing the dishes that wasn't more, that wasn't quite so intellectually rigorous. And I found, of all things, a podcast that was the in-universe history of a fictional universe, specifically the Shadowrun universe. And I started listening to that, and I actually wound up working with the host later as a historical consultant on a game that he designed, which was a really interesting experience. But that kind of led me to thinking, about things like how would we write the history of how would we write alternate histories? How would we approach, our own history with a completely different lens than we would normally do? He used a very anarcho-capitalist lens, which was interesting. And so I started with that, and that kind of in an indirect way, I guess, led to me meeting Claude and doing the Joint Geeks eventually.
Yeah, Claude is kind of at the nexus of all of this. So Claude, I'm going to ask you the same question next: is how did you become a podcast listener? How did you get your start?
When I was running or exercising, I would generally do so for about 45 minutes. And I was looking for something to listen to, and I'd listen to a lot of music. And then I just started listening to War on the Rocks, 2 podcasts, Bombshell, which is no longer done, was done for several years, and Net Assessment, which continues. And also Mike Duncan's Revolutions. Mike Duncan just came out with a book about Lafayette. he did a series starting about 10 years ago on the Roman Empire, but I really liked his narrative style. I liked learning about the revolutions that I had no idea about. And I listen every Sunday to Commander Salamander and Eagle One's podcast that start off on Blog Talk Radio on naval issues. So really, it was a way to pass the time, and I really got into them when I was down in Guantanamo Bay, because when you're not working, you have a lot of time on your hands, and I couldn't really listen to them when I was swimming at night, but I could listen to them when I was running or walking in the morning, depending on if it was hot, really miserably high heat, or low, really miserable high heat. It was either that or play my bagpipes for the Cubans across the fence line. So I thought if I didn't want to get shot, I'd just listen in to something.
Thanks. And Abby, same question to you then. How did you kind of get your start as a listener?
That's actually a really good question that I'm not sure I know the answer to. So I grew up listening to public radio. So you kind of hear all the normal public radio shows. And actually, I started listening to a tech podcast called the Accidental Tech Podcast. And but then what really got me into thinking that history podcasting was something that I could do is when I started listening to NPR's Throughline, which is a history show. And it's very much, if you listen to Constellation Prize and you listen to Throughline, you might hear some similarities in the structure. Because that really convinced me that these kinds of stories that I was interested in could be told in a compelling way without dumbing down the content, without taking away from the complexity, but also in a way that you want to keep listening. So I would say Throughline is probably my moment where I realized this was something I could do.
Okay, I'm going to go to our first sort of listener submitted question here. This is from Stephen Phillips. For those of you listening online, if you want to drop a question, there's a Q&A box on the lower right-hand side, so you can drop that in there. And Stephen, somehow your question just disappeared in front of me. Luckily, I wrote it down though. Abby, I'm going to come to you first. Why do you like this format compared to others? And then have you ever considered adding a video component?
Well, as I said, I really like stories. I also am not necessarily that good at extemporaneous speaking, so I like things where I can write down all the words I'm going to say. That's important to me. But I also do really like talking to other scholars and bringing them into conversation with each other, as well as with maybe a lens that even they hadn't thought about yet. And that's what I feel like we really do with Constellation Prize. Have we thought about adding a video component? Yes, we have thought about it.
Did you decide against it, and why?
Because there are limited numbers of hours in the day, and I have a very small team, and video production's very time intensive, even more time intensive than audio production.
Jared, is that question for all of us?
That question is for all of you. So Claude, go ahead, and then I'll come to Ian. I'll come to you last.
Okay, so the format for Preble Hall, like I mentioned, is along the line of C-SPAN's book notes. Generally, two people just ask, one person asking a lot of questions. But I'll probably steal Ian's thunder for just a second. What I envisioned for the Joint Geeks of Staff was something along the lines of a longtime Washington, D.C. radio program called the Sports Junkies, where these, I think it used to be 5, guys, and they were in their 20s. They would just talk about sports all the time. And I said, why don't we have something like that for national security and science fiction? And since I had met all of the Joint Geeks through one of the Navy cons that we had done through the museum, that was my perspective. But Ian may have a different perspective since he's a lot younger and a lot smarter. Ian?
Younger, yes. Smarter, I kind of doubt it. So what I like about the podcast format is that it is informal, but it doesn't have to be casual. Like I say, we sit around, we discuss things, we have a really good time making the show. If I can communicate one benefit of the podcast, it's that if you do it with the right people, it's a blast to do. But that doesn't mean that we have to sacrifice our rigor. And that's the thing that I like most about the format, is that we can have these really rigorous discussions and have a good time having them, and communicate to a lay audience that that is possible, right? I grew up, my parents are both pastors. It's one of those things. You don't have to wear a suit to go to church, if you will. As to a video feed, yes, we have considered it. For our format, it's definitely a lot easier than it would be for something like Consolation Prize. But there's still just the question of editing that. And one of the things that we've run into is that because many of our hosts are active duty or reserve military, my wife is actually a State Department consular officer. We have the problem of the PAO, right? We don't want anyone to say something that might get them in trouble with their job. And editing a video feed is a lot harder than editing an audio feed in that sense. So.
Thank you. Can I ask either Claude or Abby, are there questions in the room there that one of you could kind of moderate? Obviously, I can't see who's in there.
All right, let's go left to right.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for spending some time with us to talk about this. I'm Lieutenant Ganez. I work here at the History Department, and we're trying to get our podcast program off the ground too. I have two questions. I hope you don't mind. But the first one is, how do you measure your success? Is it metrics, engagement, downloads, and so on, or does it even matter? Right? And then the second question is, what's your relationship between the audience and the format of your work? Do you think your audience shapes the way you conduct your podcast, or does the way you do your podcast determine your audience?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
So metrics, yes, we can do analytics, and I was just really jazzed when we hit the first 100,000, which really happy about. But that's not how I measured it. If there were 2 people listening to it, I would still have done Preble Hall. Because again, it's some of these are going to be, I don't want to say timeless, but they may be useful in the future to students or professors, researchers, whomever. Because again, some of them are oral histories. So the other part was, do you consider your audience or another factor? When I did Preble Hall, I just wanted to learn. And I wanted to talk to people I thought would be interesting to speak with. And in some cases, Abby and I have both done early 19th century history, but I still learned a lot. And Abby was my second guest, third. Yeah. And it was an opportunity for me to learn. And I just wanted the audience to come along for the ride of, I guess, my education. So if there are topics, sometimes the audience have emailed me about topics, and I've tried to find experts to interview in those cases. So, Abby?
Yeah, so this is actually a really interesting and somewhat fraught question for me. As you might suspect, it is not the easiest sell to just like walk up to somebody on the street and be like, would you like to listen to a podcast about the United States Consular Service? They're going to be like, go away. No, I do not. So when we started the show, we knew that it was going to be a hard sell. But, and I will say that the listener numbers have borne that out, that it's a hard sell. Now, for an audience like you can all understand and appreciate the value of the consular service. That does not mean that you're all going to go and listen to the show, obviously, because maybe you don't do podcasts. That's fine. Maybe you think I have an annoying voice. That's fine. I got a review that said that, so it's fine. So, there's lots of reasons to not listen to the show, and I totally get that. The struggle comes in justifying the existence of the show and how much time and energy it takes, not just me, but my team. And so this is, thankfully, where I am now. The director of the center that I work for is 100% on board with the show. He doesn't care about the numbers, but I care. I care because I don't want to feel like I'm wasting my team's time. I don't mind wasting my own time because I started the show, so I deserve it, but I don't want to waste my team's time. And so I've had to kind of reframe the way I think about the question. It's not about whether we have a lot of people listening, it's whether we're helping the people who are listening to understand what we're talking about in a new way. And one of the cool things that's been happening is I know that there have been a few classes that have assigned episodes for this semester, and you can kind of see it in the analytics. So that's really exciting because I feel like that's one of the reasons I wanted to do this show is so let's say you're talking about the slave trade in your class. Well, rather than just sort of talk about the Middle Passage or, things that sort of come up a lot, you could assign our episode about Nicholas Trist, who was a consul in Havana before he negotiated the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo after the Mexican-American War. And he had a lot of problems in Havana because he wanted to live a little bit larger than he had the capital to do so. And so he got involved in possibly helping out with at that point, illegal slave trade coming in and out of Havana. And so there's a lot to say about the slave trade, about maritime and commercial history in that episode. And so I wanted people to be able to come at a topic that maybe they're familiar with in a different way. But I also, one of the things that's true about the center is that we have lots of graduate students. And as I said, I have 2 on my team. And one of the things I wanted to do for them is not only give them a chance to do some research into stuff that's just kind of cool, but also give them a chance to put something on their CV that's different. And so I'm really excited actually that one of my team members, Chris Stinson, just pitched me an idea for a show of his own. And I'm thrilled to pieces that he has embraced the medium and really wants to do that. And to be honest, his show is going to get way more listens than Consolation Prize ever did. And I'm also the executive producer on a different show from the center that's coming out just in a few weeks, actually, about the history of the Appalachian Trail. So I've had to let go of the fact that Consolation Prize is never going to have as many listeners as that show, So that's okay. But it's really, I've had to reframe who I'm helping by making the show and what kind of help I'm giving them. And then in terms of audience and format, I think I kind of just answered that question a little bit. But I'm trying to come at things in a different way, stories that you might already be familiar with or things that you might think you already know a lot about. And looking at it through the eyes of a consul might provide you with a different perspective. And so that's the audience and the format kind of all rolled into one.
Next question.
Claude, before we do that, do you want to give Ian a shot at that one?
Go ahead, Ian.
Yeah. So real quick, as far as metrics go, yeah, we watch the same metrics that Claude uses for Preble Hall, and now Abby uses for Preble Hall, I should say. And it is a question, who are we reaching? And I think part of our format is driven by that. We have had a great response from the national security community. The amount of folks on Twitter who engage with us, who listen to us, it's way more than we ever thought. We get, for an average podcast at this point, we're running close to what we would get for a full-blown NavyCon symposium on the night of. But we are also trying to expand our listenership because, as I mentioned, this is a popularizing project. So one of the things we're starting to do is we're starting to, instead of leading with the academics, leading with the sci-fi and getting the academics in there, more as the part that we say, kind of as the explanatory part, if you will. So phenomenon A exists in science fiction. Here's the academic side of this, rather than saying academic phenomenon exists, here's the sci-fi side of this. So it's the same information, it's just presented with a slightly different framing. But yeah, there you go.
Next question.
Thank you. My name is Jeremy Stöß from Institute for Security Policy in Kiel. Thank you very much for the presentations. It's nice to see Jared, who's been so kind and has hosted me a couple times already. What podcasts, of course, do as they connect the community, which is very important, especially if you're sitting in Europe, as we are, that we get a little more airtime, if you will. I'm thinking of doing a podcast myself. Don't worry, not on naval issues and not on historical issues, but actually security issues and for the general public, so resilience and so on. And now listening to the three of you, I'm having my doubts if that is actually a good idea. Also looking at my staff, which is non-existent, and how much time goes into making a podcast. My question would be, to all three of you, what is the biggest challenge that you faced doing a podcast? And the second, can you actually do a podcast without knowing the audience beforehand? So just like shooting in the dark. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so I'll actually answer your second question first. I think you can do a podcast without doing anything. I mean, like, you can just speak into your phone and then post it on YouTube or whatever. But I think it is a good idea to get a sense of who your audience might be first. And sometimes what that looks like is like doing polls on social media or asking people in person around you or in your community. Sometimes that just looks like thinking about people that you want to reach. So if you're going to do a security issues podcast, think about like, okay, who in my community needs to hear the things that I'm going to say? Or if you're looking at reaching a broader audience, thinking about, okay, what kinds of things do I wish people knew about security issues, or things that come up in the news and you're like, that was not a good interpretation of whatever's going on, or you hear about people misinterpreting things. So I think thinking about looking for ways to figure out what people need to know, I think it's a really good way to think about doing sort of audience research. And then in terms of the biggest hurdle or challenge, so I actually, as Jared mentioned in my intro, I now work on 3 different podcasts. So I'm the host of Preble Hall, one of the hosts of Preble Hall. I do Constellation Prize, and then I have a separate podcast that I do just for fun with my daughter, who's now 10. And I need to update that on the website. The biggest challenge for the one I do with my daughter is getting people to talk to us. It's called Big If True. It's just about, we just talk to people about big things in the world. Like, we've talked about aircraft carriers. We've talked about, what have we even talked about? I can't remember. Wow. I'm totally blanking on everything we've talked about. We've done 16 episodes. Yeah, hurricanes. We've talked about all kinds of, like, just really random stuff, but anything that's like big in the world. And we've actually had a really hard time getting people to talk to us. And that's very frustrating because I'm like, I want to talk to you for like 20 minutes. That's it. Like, it's a super short show. I want to talk to you for 20 minutes. But people don't ever email me back, which is frustrating. And that can be a challenge, is if you have a specific thing you want to talk about, finding the right people who are willing to talk to you. Now, in the case of Preble Hall, if you want to talk to somebody and they don't want to talk to you, you just move on to the next thing. And that's totally fine. But sometimes you really want to talk about a specific topic, and getting people to sit down with you can be really challenging. So I'd say that's probably the biggest thing. I won't go into all the technical stuff, but
I think the biggest challenge, honestly, from having a podcast that's part of the federal system is spending money to do things, or like a sound booth. I put an order in to have a sound booth in Preble Hall more than a year ago, and just some simple things that could be done that you can do in the private sector that it becomes almost impossible to do. There are some production, like I was the only person for 110 episodes doing Preble Hall. So, you're doing production and you're trying to take the out, or the ands out, to try to improve the flow a little bit. Can you do something without knowing an audience? Yeah, but I'm a teacher at heart. I've done this for 16 years at the academy, and I wanted to teach. And there is a new podcast that I'm developing right now that'll kick off in January, that I wanted 2 things. I wanted to teach people about a particular subject, and I didn't want to do it for free. So it's going to be underwritten by a company that has an interest in the particular topic. So in that case, there is a built-in audience, and it's not a podcast it's not being covered elsewhere. So, Ian?
Yeah, so the biggest challenge for us is honestly scheduling. We operate from 3 different continents, and that is a major issue for us because, we ran into this the other day. 9:30 p.m. in Britain is, 4 a.m. here. And it's a decent time in the States, but not for anybody else. So scheduling, especially if you're doing something security related, where people are going, your experts are going to be spread potentially around the globe. That is definitely a consideration, and for us, it's probably our biggest hurdle. In terms of doing it without knowing the audience, my suggestion would be to start with folks who are interested in this sort of topic, and then try and split them off into sub-niche groups with your marketing. So if you're doing a security-related podcast, find the sort of people who are listening already to something like a CSIS or a SimSec or something like that, and say, what can I add? What is my value add for this, right? Is it, linguistic, right? Is it, providing a particular national perspective? Is it providing, some other twist? And see who you can find that is interested in the general topic first, and then split them off, because you're never going to reach as broad an audience as, say, an established think tank with, a reputation that's, quite good in the community, but you can definitely exploit what they're doing for your own ends, if that makes sense.
I'll just add to that too. One of the best ways to get a podcast out there, which I've not done yet, so is to partner with somebody that has name recognition in the field. So not a person necessarily, but an organization. So if you're, professional organization or a company or something like that has a big presence in the world of marketing, or like anything, like organizations can help you do that kind of sort of marketing.
Yeah, that's a really good point that Abby makes. I think it would have been a lot more difficult if I had just done Preble Hall as, me, myself, and I. Instead, it was part of a name brand already in the museum, and the people that follow it already, but also the broader academy community. So we had, and of course the Department of History and Special Collections and the library staff, and so there was already this built-in structure. So next question. Commander.
I'm Jennifer Teeter, a retired naval officer and has gone back to grad school. So I have a two-part question from the perspective of somebody who's relatively new to historical writing. Can any of you reflect on allocating your writing time between writing for your podcast and writing for material that you hope to publish somewhere? And
you really want to go down the can of worms, don't you?
Sorry. And have you used your previously published material for your podcast, or vice versa?
Well, I think I'm probably the person to speak to that, because I'm the one who writes for the podcast. They just talk, I write. So allocation of writing time. Well, I don't get paid to do this podcast. It's not part of my contract. Neither is researching my own work part of my contract. So writing my book and doing this podcast are totally things that I do for myself, and I just do it because I want to. Now, you might remember I said I have a team of people that work for me. They get paid. Their time is paid for. My time is not. But I do it anyway, and I'm happy to do it. So in terms of writing time, I am sort of in a lull at the moment because I'm waiting for reader reports to come back on my book. I assume once I get those back, I will have lots of things to do on the book. But I've actually really shifted my thinking in terms of writing and thinking about what I want to do with my scholarship. The point where I'm not super interested in doing academic writing anymore. I'm much more interested in this more general, more public-facing type of scholarship. And so I consider the writing that I do on the podcast to be my academic writing. And I will say that learning how to write for an audio audience has transformed the way that I think about writing and the way that I write in a very good way. You have to be very precise, and you have to be very clear when you write for an audio audience, because you don't get a shot at going, they're not going to rewind to listen to something that they didn't get. They're just going to either keep going and be confused, or they're going to turn it off. So you have to really hone your narrative craft. And also you have to be interesting. You have to tell a good story. And that's something that many academic historians don't do. Not because they don't have interesting stories, but because they haven't thought about the craft of the storytelling. And so I would like to think that as I've worked really hard on that skill for writing for Consolation Prize, that is what makes my academic writing more interesting. Now, none of you have read my academic writing, so you don't know whether it's interesting or not, but I think it's pretty interesting. And then in terms of just thinking about podcasting as scholarship, I strongly believe that this, at least podcasting where you're doing this kind of work that's putting historical knowledge out into the world, should be considered scholarship. And so that's kind of where I stand. I don't know if that answered both of your questions sort of tangentially or obliquely, but.
Thank you.
Next, do we have time for one more question, Jared, or what time do we?
5 is over there.
We're at 5. Okay, we have time.
Oh, yeah.
Peter Schwartz, retired Navy officer, retired CNA naval analyst. A couple of weeks ago, one of Claude's successors, Marcus Jones, sent me an email and said, "Hey, I'd like you to do a podcast with us at something called Preble Hall." This is going to happen next week, and I have only done in my life 2 other podcasts, which frankly I don't even remember what they were. One was for SimSec, I think, and another was for the Naval Histories. So when I discovered that there was going to be this panel, I said, I've died and gone to heaven. I don't know what I'm going to be doing, and I've got the world-class experts sitting here to ask. So if you had to give some advice to somebody who was about to do a podcast and hasn't done very many, and is going to do it next week, and is actually going to be a poster child for one of your legacy activities, so you don't want, you've got reasons for him not to fall on his face. What would you advise? Well, this is for all of you.
Peter, knowing you as I do, and the role that you have played in shaping, naval thought for so many years, I don't think you're going to have a problem. I tell my guests, and especially the grad students who haven't done this before, just be yourself. Just relax. It was like the first time I did a radio interview, one for one of my first book. It was 2005, and I had all these index cards. I tried to figure out what the radio host would ask me, and then I had bullets on each of those index cards. About a minute before I was supposed to go into the studio, the station manager, who'd been around radio for about 60 years, said, what are those? I said, well, I wanted to prepare for this, and I hear it, and he takes them out of my hand, he rips them up, and throws them in the trash can. He said, you go in there and pretend you're talking to your bartender. You got it? I was like, okay. And it was, I said, I can do that. I've done that many times. So Peter, make sure Marcus has one of his famous martinis or Manhattans. And I joke about that, but really, I think the best interviews are when people are relaxed and comfortable. And especially when we're in studio, it makes it a lot easier. I know when had Nick Lambert and doing Gallipoli, going back to, do I write? I don't write anything. I don't write my questions out except that one case, because there were so many questions I had about his book on Gallipoli. Just make it a conversation. There's very little, I think, that you would have to really prepare for. Just have a scotch and sit back and relax. Because I know we often did that on the Joint Geeks of Staff, but so anyway.
No,
that's my biggest.
I totally agree. I think don't over prepare. You have a lifetime's worth of experience. You're the expert in this situation, even if you feel like you don't know what they're going to ask. Answer the question you want to answer.
Oh, so you worked on the Hill too, huh?
That's kind of job interviews, right? Like, answer the question you want to answer. Oh, but that's the nice thing about podcasting is that it's not live. So if someone asks you a question and you're like, I'm not really sure what you're getting at, then just say that. Say, I'm not really sure what you're getting at. Can you get that to me in a different form? And Marcus is a perfectly lovely interviewer, so I'm sure that will not happen. But yeah, don't be afraid to stop and say, okay, I didn't say that in the most clear way. Can I try that again? Because it can be edited out. So don't feel like you have to nail it the first time you say it, but also don't over prepare. Like, don't come in like ready to read your talk, because that's boring. Nobody wants to listen
Wait a
to
minute,
your
I prepared
talk.
my talk.
Yeah. So I'm saying,
Got it.
don't be boring. But no, don't over prepare and you'll be fine.
It's a conversation piece.
Yeah, absolutely.
Next question.
Oh,
Sorry.
I've got two more members of my panel to
Oh, wait,
give me advice.
Ian and Jared, go for it.
Yeah, I would echo everything that everybody else has said so far. Probably the most the most relaxed and the most interesting episode that I've done hosting as the primary host on the Joint Geeks is our episode with Sal Mercogliano, who's presenting right now in another panel, and Mark Van Droff. And basically, the question of the episode was, what are the asymmetric threats that merchant ships pose, and how do we address those? And we framed it through this science fiction device of the kinetic energy weapon, right? Basically, you just drop a rock at the planet, and that causes massive damage. Merchant ships can have similar sort of capabilities, and when you start thinking about it. And so I just said to them, guys, you both love science fiction. You both love dealing with merchant shipping, and how does this play out? And I had a few questions teed up, but for the most part, I just let them talk, and they did a fantastic job. And you can listen to the episode. It's called Dank Memes, Merchant Marines, and Earth-Shattering Kabooms. And it's on the Joint Geeks website. And give that a listen if you want to hear what two true experts on the topic being interviewed sounds like on a podcast.
And Jared? Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I will add my thoughts. Is like, I only run into I'm not going to disagree with what's been said so far, but I run into like two kinds of quote unquote problem guests, if you will, which is not to say that I have a real problem with anyone, but two kind of interviews that I find difficult is, one is the over prepared guest who, just goes right off of their script that they've prepared and doesn't deviate from it. And the other is the underprepared guest who hasn't even looked at any of the material that I've sent them beforehand. Is like, I don't know the answer to that. Like, I sent it to you 2 weeks. I sent you the question 2 weeks ago. You could have just told me 2 weeks ago that you didn't know the answer to that. But sir, you're kind of a legend, if you will. And I don't think you've been discussing these topics for years and years and years. You're not the one who's who's going to run into a problem here. It's those folks usually stepping out and doing their very first podcast as grad students here, and that they're going to get up and talk for the first time. That advice is really for them. Is like, hey, look at the topics and the questions, form some of your thoughts about them, and bounce around in your head and your subconscious while you're asleep. And you'll be fine when the time comes, and it's just a conversation between you and the host. But those are my thoughts on that, sir.
Thanks, Jerry.
Thanks, Peter. Question?
Yeah, real quick. So this is a Joint Geeks question, which is, I've heard, you all have your favorites. I know Mark Van Droff pitches Honor Harrington, and I can't remember the other. They're Star Wars people. And I'm wondering, I've never heard you guys talk about David Drake's Lieutenant Leary. I mean, he's got sailing ships in space. You need to, somebody needs to be advocating for him on one of these things.
Yeah.
History. He always says, this was based on this incident that happened back in, the Peloponnesian Wars or something.
Thanks for the suggestion. Ian, I think you have a future guest.
Yeah, absolutely. So I am familiar with Republic of Cinnabar Navy. I've read the first book. This does speak to one of the other challenges we have on the Joint Geeks, is this question of accessibility versus fit to the material at hand, right? So not everybody's read Republic of Cinnabar. Heck, not everybody's read Honor Harrington. But if I walk out on the street and I throw a rock, I will hit 3 people who have seen Star Wars. And that means that I can use those particular franchises that have a broader scope to, kind of lay the foundation for these concepts. Whereas the more niche ones, I can build on top of that, right? So, if we're going to do an episode, say, about, civil military relations, well, the Jedi are taking over is a line that, pretty much everybody's familiar with if they've seen Star Wars. So you can speak to that. But then you can also bring in the Honor Harringtons, and you can bring in shoot, I'm completely blanking on science fiction right now because it's 3:55 in the morning here. But you can bring in other, written franchises that deal with that more concretely. So yeah, if you want to send me an email afterwards, my email is ianboley, IANBOLEY @tamu.edu. And we would love to have somebody on to discuss Republic of Cinnabar.
And always have a catchy title for your podcast episode. In this case, it would probably be Ian's Rocks, Surrey, and Steak Purees. Next question.
Yes, sir. A question for the entire panel, and kind of encompassing other questions that have been asked to date or to this point with regards to academic writing and items like that. So I've been heavily involved in recording oral histories, World War II, Korea, and Vietnam era veterans. Some of these stories are very, very compelling. Maybe not enough material there to do a biography or even an article. But what about doing oral histories as a podcast?
Yes. Absolutely.
Please
People
do that.
love first-hand accounts.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have been dying for somebody to start using oral histories as the basis for a podcast. So please do that. Please talk to me. I would be happy to help.
It's a great idea.
Yep.
Questions?
I was just waiting to see if
That's all right.
anybody did that, so I can get my second one in.
You good?
Stylistic choices. This is a question for everybody. But as far as designing each of your episodes or framing each of your episodes, is each one a self-contained narrative, a self-contained story with some satisfying or emotional flourish at the end? Or are they kind of anthological, like you just continue on and on and on?
So no, none of us have shows that are serial. Yeah, that's there's like all kinds of terms that get thrown out. I think serial is probably the right one. That said, there are often through lines between episodes that kind of come out. So for instance, the first 3 episodes of our upcoming season, we're calling the Consuls of Manifest Destiny, because we're going to be talking about one place that the United States did not manage to actually take over, Tahiti, and then 2 places that became the United States, but there was a U.S. consul there before. So we're going to talk about Monterey. So anybody from Naval Postgraduate School might have feelings about that. And then talking about Hawaii, of course. And so there's kind of a through line of thinking about what Manifest Destiny means before it actually happens to these different places. And then later in the season, we're going to do a little mini series about consuls during World War I. By the way, if anybody's a World War I scholar in this room, I'm still looking for experts for those, so please reach out. So there's not a serialized sense, but there's often themes that sort of emerge.
For Preble Hall, most of them are self-contained. I've done we've done a couple of 2-parters, but it's also a lot more difficult because we don't do just Naval Academy history. We don't do even just U.S. naval history. We cover the gamut. I mean, we've talked to ancient historian, Roman era, Carthaginian era. We've done European episodes. I think of Vintius who's done, I think, 3 episodes with us. So I think it'd be a little tougher to do that. So everything is self-contained.
For Joint Geeks, we're very much discussion based, so it's a single concept, right? But one of the things we've tried to do is we've tried to have things that people can listen to and kind of latch on to about us as the hosts, that are kind of developing arcs, if you will. So we had this build up to the X-wing Y-wing debate that ended our first season, and that was something where we could say, oh, it's coming, and people would keep listening for that next episode on that. So trying to come up with I don't want to say a gimmick, but a device that is, something for the audience to latch onto, can help humanize the host, can help give them kind of a sense of continuity as they're moving through and make them feel like they have kind of a story to follow.
And I will say I'm working on a serialized podcast right now, but it's not going to come out till 2025, so it'll be a while.
All right, 1700, well, at least for us, Ian. Jared?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got 2 minutes left, so I'm just going to ask you the question that we close every episode of Seat Control with: where can we find you online, and what are you working on next? So, Claude, we'll start with you.
Online, you can find me Twitter at CG Baraby, and I'm currently about halfway writing my next novel, which is novel number 3, and it's going to be book number 7. So I'm hoping to finish that off here in the not too distant future.
Thanks. And when does On Wide Seas come out?
On Wide Seas comes out in November, mid-November.
Excellent. Looking forward to talking with you about it. Ian, where can we find you, and what are you working on?
So you can find me at IB Boley. That's India Bravo Bravo Oscar Lima Echo Yankee on Twitter. And if you have something that you want to send me on email, once again, it's ianboley@tamu.edu. And as to what I'm working on next, it's my dissertation, so you should know better than to ask me that.
Look, Claude assured me that people who are in the midst of their dissertation are really excited about it. You said that earlier.
Yeah. People who are who have had to learn Vietnamese rather than really getting a good start on their dissertation, they have a different opinion.
All right, and Abby, where can we find you, and what's your next project, other than selling off your new podcast network to Spotify for hundreds of millions of dollars?
That'll definitely happen. So you can find me on Twitter at Abby Mullen. You can also email me. That's abby@abbymullen.org. I would just like to put in one more plug for Preble Hall. Actually, if any of you in this room are qualified to talk on Preble Hall. So if you want to talk, please reach out to me. I'm always interested in talking. As Claude said, we're omnivorous. We take any and all. Please reach out. I really want to talk to all of you. And as I said, hypothetically, we'll have reader reports back on my book sometime soon. So in the meantime, you can find me making Constellation Prize and Making the Green Tunnel, which is the podcast about the AT.
Well, thank you all very much. To the audience, I want to say thanks for your participation. A lot of great questions there. Thoroughly enjoyed this. And to the Naval Academy, thank you for hosting this. This was tremendous. But out here.
Thanks, Jared.
I know.
Peter, great seeing you.
And you